Okay, so we're back up and ready for the run. Today what I want to do is I'm going to see what happens if I keep it going and I'd only like reset if I died. Well, dying would take me back to the title screen, so I just reload from there. And maybe around wartime I'd reload there, but as far as the run goes, if I get bad RNG, I'm going to keep it, and I'm going to see where that's going to take me and see about how much time that's going to add to the run. So I've got a kind of planned alternate route, so if I get the route with the burns, I'm going to try and gain up 3 to 5 more levels, depending on what I feel comfortable with. So I think it's going to be 3 though, and that's probably where we're going to start out at. And if I get up to the final boss, I will go back to Mount ASO and grind a couple more levels and see how I do after that. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started, and hopefully I'm not going to have to reset. And one of the biggest reasons why I'm doing this is I want to see, I got some pretty bad RNG last time I played, and I kind of want to see what would happen if I can maybe lower my estimate of the video that I already submitted to, what do you want to call it, to RPG Limit Break. So I started my splits a little bit early, so they'll be a little bit off compared to what they normally are. But if it ends up being a really good run anyway, I'll just go ahead, go back and fix it. So I got the glitch beginning. This is the only glitch that I know about. So I am actually kind of hoping for bad RNG this run, as far as picking up allies. As far as hopefully I'll get the cutscene with burns. That won't be a reset this time, and if I don't get it today, I'll go ahead and try and get it at a later time. So if everything's actually going well, then I'm just not going to reset for that. That'd just be stupid. Also, my stream is threatening to go down on me already, and if that happens, I still have this recording into OBS, so I could add this to YouTube, and the recording won't be broken up at all. Here's our first level up, about a minute late. I got some good RNG on my level up. And as far as like what battles I get and how much power I get up in this cave, I mean, that's really only going to affect this cave and the next cave by about 5 minutes or so. So I've already got that pretty much calculated into what I think the time would be for the bad run. One of the big reasons why I think I can lower that estimate is because of the extra cave that I decided to add into the run not too long ago. It was a little bit before I decided to go into the Yoshi cave. And this is probably going to be my screen cutting out here for a second. Okay, it's still on for right now. But that little detour in Yoshi's cave, I believe that helps fix my RNG just a little bit. It fixes my gold a little bit, so it makes it my gold and my experience, so it makes it a little bit easier to get through the game quickly. So again, as always, we are going to get level 4 before we get out of here. That hasn't changed. We did just get a low roll for our power level up. So unfortunately the stream did go down on me, which has unfortunately come to be expected. And it probably will happen a few more times during the run. but my recording is safe. Okay, we got the good cutscene, but we're a little bit behind. Didn't get a really good power-up bonus. So we're gonna trigger a couple of towns to work to later on. And my stream seems to be really lagging, so it's probably going to end up going out again, unfortunately. It's just unfortunately something that I haven't been able to fix just yet. I haven't figured out exactly what the problem is, but as soon as I get a free day to check on it, I will. So we're going to go here and pick up an elixir, and we're going to pick up 6 medicines for the next dungeon. And we may end up having a few extras, but we can use them for the Oda fight later. The first one, he says he's like a shadow or something. So the giant serpents are the worst battles that you can get up to in this cave, and that's because they take more than the giant centipedes and they give you the same amount of experience. And these giant centipedes aren't much better because they usually do take 2 hits to kill. fire rats aren't too bad. I like killing them for the 13 experience, but what I really want are the blue flames, which don't have a fire-breathing attack. And they give me slightly less experience, but they're easier to kill, and they do a lot less damage. But instead, I'm going to get more snakes. So the fire crocs I do want to get up to, but I want to get up to them a little bit later in the cave after I've leveled up once or twice, because I do want to get one of their possible drops, which is a talisman, and that's 210 gold, which is a pretty good chunk for where I am in the game. Let's see. Okay. Forgot just a second where I was in the cave. And most of that's just because the maps in this game are just so huge that unless you know exactly where you're going, it's really easy to get lost. Okay, so I'm getting low power rolls again. I'm getting decent encounter rates, and I'm not getting any enemies running from me though. So really my only big issue was early on in the first cave. I just wasn't getting the encounters that I needed. I was getting like 1 or 2 enemies. One of these days I'm going to get 6.5 minutes on that first cave, and it's just going to be awful because I'll never get that again. Okay, so I don't trust this Fire Croc already. He's already gotten 2 moves in a row. So I'm actually really scared to be fighting him right now. Nice move. Okay, so apparently I get 3 attacks in a row. I'm fine with that. That definitely seems fair. And that's definitely not a "that's never happened before" moment. That actually happens all the time in this game. So I am going to have to pick up that extra medicine. That's for sure right now. Unless I start picking some up from battles. That Fire Croc did a number on me. Speaking of, so these weapons I'm picking up aren't actually because I need to be stronger. That does help a little bit with this cave, but I actually need to sell these later. Once I get out of here, I need to get a steel blade. I'm going to pick that up at the shop here. And that's going to have double the attack power of what my current sword has, and it has a high critical hit rate. And 1 less defense to it. Doing really good on the levels. I'm doing okay-ish for time. I think I can expect to be out of here at about 26:40, something like that. Still a little early to tell, but it shouldn't be too long. So that little bit of level grinding that I did in the last cave, that's going to help me get up to level 7 in this cave, which is a super magical level where you get to pick up allies. Okay, so what I'm doing right now is kind of dangerous with this croc. So thanks to this battle, I'm going to be a little bit low on medicine. But I should have enough to get me through the rest of the cave. Heck, we'll go ahead and pick up that extra one anyway, just in case. We'll have it for later. Okay, so it looks like this dungeon's going to take a little bit longer than what I thought it was. Actually, we're out of medicine now, so I definitely need to pick up another medicine. But we're almost up a level here, too. And they gave us another medicine. Okay, looks like we're still getting a little bit of a red split here. Nothing to be too concerned about. and I can use a little bit of extra gold, so that's why I'm still fighting everything in this cave. And I'm still hoping for a talisman drop or two. I still have time, but not much more. I believe I can also get a fire bomb for killing some of the fire rats. That's worth a little bit less than the talisman, if I remember correctly. Okay, I got my talisman already, which was nice. That'll show up on the stream in about 20 seconds or so. Just under 32 minutes, so that was kind of a rough cave there. But I am set up pretty good, so a lot of this depends on just basically my ally luck right now. Now you're going to see me running away from everything on the Overworld because everything on the Overworld has way too much HP to kill, and you only get like 6 experience or something like really stupid for killing everything. Like, really, even though there are enemies that give you more, it's just not worth it. So we go and we trigger Sagami, then we go to Kozuki, I believe is how you pronounce it. And hopefully we can get Gale. Luckily I found out that he did show up, but he keeps telling me to mind my own business. So I have no idea where he's going to be going. I've got Tenkai who's also telling me the same thing. And that'll show up on stream in just a little bit here. Okay, so we've got Gale spreading his teachings far and wide. That means he'll stay where he's at. Okay, Tenkai has come here to spread his teachings, and that'll show up on stream in just a little bit. I've got my mic on about a 9-second delay here, and about a half-minute delay for the stream. So we don't actually want Gale in our party. He's pretty useless. But he does have a gold suit, which is what we want. So Tenkai should stay here until the end of the month, and as you'll see in about 20 seconds on the stream that I actually did recruit him. So Gale also has a gold staff for us to take, and we're just going to sell that. So now if I get the sorcerer I want right away, then I can't show you guys what happens when it goes wrong. So everything's actually going pretty smooth. So sorry, but I'm not screwing up right now. I'll try harder. I'll do something. I'll die like 3 times, I guess. That'll make it like an 8.5 hour run. And I'm interested in what items. Okay, so Tenkai's got some pretty decent items. And I probably will sell some of them. Okay, wow, this is amazing. Kiriko also showed up, and he's studying till September. So I have got a full team. Unfortunately, that means that I don't get to steal stuff from other people, but I can steal stuff from the people that I pick up. Maybe Keegan will join me and I can sell his stuff off. basically anytime I get a medikit, like, I'm retardedly overpowered. Because they have a lot of magic. They get a good energy growth, which is the magic stat in this game. Or the MP stat, I should say. Okay, Keegan joined me, which is good, but I'm going to boot him out of my party after I steal all his stuff. I just want a little bit extra money before I get my party set to where I need it. Okay, so now the party's complete, so I gotta fix the lineup again. And before I go into the cave, I'm going to go ahead and pick up a steel blade. So this is kind of unfortunate and fortunate at the same time. Like, I'm getting like retardedly good amounts of RNG, but at the same point I don't actually get to test out what happens when really bad things happen. So I'm gonna have to do that next time. But this may end up being a new PB for me, depending on how things go later. I don't want to jinx it, but it could. I think even after I'm done doing all my shopping here, I think I'm going to be a green split by the time I get back into that cave. So the one thing that's really going to suck about this is if I keep really doing really well, I'm not going to want to take a bathroom break in the middle of this, so I may be having to hold it for a few hours. So we're going to make a quick safety save before we go into this cave. And go ahead and hit our split. So it looks like I gained 4 minutes on average. Oh, and that's right. I was actually behind on that last split. So we'll abuse the fact that Kiriko has Dizzy, and we're going to use it on all these monsters that want to spew poison at us. And I'm going to double check and see what Tenkai's skills are, because I can't remember right off the hand. Okay, Cure 1, Cure 2, and Flight. Oh, baby, we just hit the jackpot with that. So that's actually a really good ally to have. The only thing that he doesn't know is, he doesn't know the Renew skill, which would get rid of any poisoning and any injury that the party receives. So I'll pick up a few extra elixirs, and I'll probably try and remember to do that after this dungeon, no promises. I tend to forget that a lot. But that flight spell is going to really come in handy. That's going to save me at least 200 on Tengu Wings. And then we're blowing some magic inside of battle here, just so that we don't have to go into the item screen later. And again, like I've already said, Tenkai has a really high amount of magic and magic growth for the area he's in, so it's really not going to be that big of an issue if he has to blow a little bit of extra magic here and there. There really shouldn't be any time where I just find myself like out of magic. So unlike my last recording here, I do have the gold suit. And that's going to save me a lot of time and a lot of getting beat up, because I don't have to actually go and buy any armor, or not as much, and I am going to take a lot less damage on my main character. So really, Kiriko is the only one who's in any danger of like being really harmed. Also very happy about Tenkai having that scarab in his inventory. That's going to be very helpful. I can sell that for some money. So Kiriko is probably the worst sorcerer that you can pick up. He's got probably the lowest stats out of all of them, but he's really easy to pick up, so it's not that big of an issue because he's usually got enough magic to cast anything that he needs to for the entire run without having to worry about running out. So we're probably going to sell pretty much all of Tenkai's armor and his weapon right after this cave. And that's going to be because we need the money, and Tenkai really doesn't need armor. He's going to pick up a Kirin Bone at the end of the run, and that's going to be it. That's all he needs. He's sitting in the back and he's out of harm's way for the most part. He might get hit with like a crossbow or something while I'm playing, but for the most part, he's pretty safe. Unless everybody else dies. So I'm picking up plenty of antidotes here, so we're actually going to go ahead and burn them. And while we're in the middle of making menus, we're going to go ahead and transfer our healing items to Tenkai because he's the healer anyway. Okay, so apparently I've got a really fast party because I'm having no problems running away from enemies that aren't really worth fighting. So Kiriko did actually run out of magic, but it's fine for where we're at because he doesn't need it to help us survive. And he's about to get a fire staff, which allows him to use it as an item in battle and cast Pyro anytime he wants. So it's an infinite use item and it's really good. And we'll go ahead and save that Tangle Wing for selling by using the flight spell. Now, this is something I don't normally get to do, so pretty exciting there. Go ahead and hit my split a little bit late there, but whatever. My splits right now are looking really, really good. So flight being a skill, it's not going to not work like the spell of Wings, I believe, is what the name of the spell is that I get later. Go ahead and sell all these extra antidotes. I don't need them. And unfortunately, my stream did go down again, but like I said, the recording's fine, so everything's going to be fine. Pretty positive that Tenkai has enough stuff to sell to give me the gold of what I need here. Oh yeah, it's plenty. So after this next dungeon, I should be able to come back and get one more fire staff. And then that'll go to Tenkai, and everybody's going to be pretty set after that. So he's going to pass the fire staff to himself, and that makes sure that it's on top of his inventory. That way it's the first item I go to when I'm in battle, and that'll save me a few frames. And while we're here, we'll go ahead and sell a mace. Sitting pretty good now, but still making the safety saves as we go. Shouldn't really be any problems whatsoever in this early game. Stream may still go down a little bit, but it'll come right back up. And like I said before, the recording's safe, so I don't have to worry about it too much. Flip around that corner there to avoid a text box. So yeah, if I can at least make it to the Yoshi Cave Deathless, then I'm pretty much probably not likely to die all the way up to like Mount Aso. There is a little bit danger on the Overworld, but I think I can overcome that. Here, Kiriko likes gaining a lot of levels at one time, which I'm okay with. It makes me feel special, even though he's not actually getting ahead of anybody else. In fact, I think he ends up being the one who's in the lowest level at the end of the game. So I definitely need to remember before Mount Osor here, I do need to stay at an inn because I made that mistake last time and it ended up costing me a little bit. Unless Tenkai like literally gains up a level before I get out of here. I'm gonna need to hit that inn. So we're going to go down this hole here on purpose, and that's to get the item that we need to complete this dungeon. And then we're going to go back and we're going to pick up a couple of long-range weapons that are worth a pretty decent chunk of money. And it just works out that the way that I do it is the fastest way because of just how the dungeon's set up. So this will be the fastest way. So I can see I got 833 gold, and so I only need about 800 more in order to get what I need. So I may not be equipping the 8-pointed star. I think I'm going to go ahead and sell that. I definitely want the blowpipe equipped though. And that's mostly like for the Oda fight. It'll give me a little bit of extra damage on him. But I'm not really too sure if that really saves a whole lot of time. Basically now my main character is pretty strong defense-wise, so not a whole lot for him to worry about, so he just moves up to protect Kiriko from getting hit. So Tenkai did gain his level, so if he doesn't really need to heal anyone in this dungeon, I'm not going to go back and waste any of my time just trying to heal up. So the blowpipe is going to go to Kiriko. Went down the same wrong set of stairs I did last time. Not that big of a deal. So we get a free medicine for going this way, which we will promptly pass over to Tenkai. I used to have a lot of trouble with keeping my characters healed, but I think I kind of got that taken care of now. Usually, like, the defending strat works quite a bit. It helps me gain a few turns in battle to make sure everything's okay. So again, our splits look really good. They're in the green. Unfortunately, Mount Osor with the giants here is a pretty tough dungeon to get through. So things could go bad here. So I don't need to go to the end for anything but to save. Let's see. I'll go up here and I'm going to trigger this town here. And that's for the flight spell. And it looks like my computer's being mean to me again and kicking me off stream. An 8-pointed star is not going to be quite enough. I'm going to do what I did last time. Go ahead and unequip the blowpipe because I'm not really convinced that that's saving me too much time. And we'll sell the 8-pointed star and we'll sell the blowpipe. And we'll buy a fire staff for tank guy. He's gonna pass it to himself, which is gonna put it on top of his inventory. And then we're gonna use the flight skill to get back to where we were. So unfortunately, things are going way too well to actually experiment with the run. Well, as far as the game goes, the stream unfortunately will be going down every once in a while. But the recording is backed up. And assuming things go well for the rest of the run, it may end up going up on YouTube, hopefully as a PB. Yeah, I had been using the blowpipe, but now that I really think about it, I don't think it's really worth keeping. So this should be a really aggressive cave, and I may save anywhere from like 5 to 10 minutes on it. I should be able to fight almost every battle and maybe gain up a level or two here. Oh, Wind Midge, how I hate thee. Okay, I got a gold rod. I can't remember exactly how much those sell for, but it might be a pretty decent amount. I guess I will find out as soon as this cave's over. So then another benefit of passing those medicines off to Tank Eye early on is that that's going to free up my main character's slots for picking up items. There's some items that count as required items to pick up, and they will only go into your main character's inventory. So it's best to free up when you can all the spaces in your main character's inventory. So even the mighty giants aren't really taking care of me right now. and they are by far the most dangerous threat in this cave. So because of my character pickups and because of my quick change in strategy that I did to pick up that fire staff earlier, I may end up saving more than just a little bit of time in this run. It still remains to be seen, but things are looking pretty good right now. So the less time I spend on healing, the better, because, well, obviously I'm not wasting the time healing, but at the same time that lets me be a lot more aggressive, and that means that I'm actually using my items to attack with too. I don't know exactly what's going on here, but at this moment I'm expecting to get out of here about 10 or 15 minutes earlier than what I normally do, which is a really good time, to say the least. The Sertrons are doing a pretty decent amount of damage to me, so unless I get 2 level ups here, I'm going to have to heal. Okay, I got 1 level up, so that wasn't too bad. We'll heal 1 character. Now we got 2 Sertrons and a Giant, which can be pretty dangerous here. I'm going to make short work of the first Sertron and get some guard up if I need to. I may just go straight out with just the healing in the battle. What I'm going to do actually is I'll switch my main character to defense mode, heal him up, and just have him act as a guard here. Go act as a tank for all the damage. This will also let me take care of the ogre first, which is the bigger threat. Because I don't care if the Surtron is going to make my guys blind or not, they're using an item that won't miss. So rather than just wasting time with switching over to attack mode with my main character, I just decided to go ahead and blow him away with some pyro. So now I have the Vanish spell, which is really good. It lets me run away from any battle instead of having to fight it. It's got probably about 90% accuracy of working. It does fail, but not too often. So yeah, last floor like almost 20 minutes ahead of time. So I don't think I have to tell you that that's pretty darn good right now. And my splits are already expecting for me to hit them. So that was plus 19 minutes there. Apparently my average is minus 12, so that's pretty good. Okay, that's right, I picked up a gold rod, so I want to see if I can sell that for an item that I want. I want to pick up this iron hat here, so I got a little bit more defense. It is kind of premature, but a little extra defense won't hurt. So I fully expect to get kind of a positive split on the Oshi's blade. That's pretty normal, but I'll be under like my total average estimate. Okay, Amulet gives us 84. Gold Rod gives us 910. That's pretty freaking awesome. I can use some extra elixirs just in case, so I'm going to go ahead and pick those up now. So there should be way too many, but you can never be too sure. So my main character is really going to be a tank here. He's going to take almost no damage in this next dungeon. Nothing that's really going to cause for any worry whatsoever. And it should be pretty near Rikuchu. I believe it's just to the north a bit here. So yeah, I think I set up my splits wrong, so I like hit the Yoshi's Blade detour split like 5 minutes early or something the one time, so it's like way off. And I don't think I ever corrected it, because I just really didn't care. Because the very end split is the only one that actually really matters. And really, splits don't matter to begin with, because as long as you got the recording, the final time is all that matters. So let's see. We're going to the fire cave after this. And I don't think I'm going to have enough for a fire blade. So I'm pretty much putting that completely out of my mind right now. But I may be able to afford a shuriken, and I think that would be pretty much the only thing that I'd want. Other than a fire blade right now. Then right afterwards I'll be able to afford a fire blade and everything's going to be pretty darn good. So it's really something pretty important here. If you can get fire blades or fire staffs early on, get them because they're going to save you lots and lots of time. They'll allow you to be more aggressive, and the faster you kill enemies, the safer your party's going to be. So you'll have to heal less as well. Normally when I'm fighting giants I do have to heal a lot, but that didn't happen this time. I suppose I should point out how uncontrollable the speed can end up being sometimes. Like it's nothing like really too terrible, but you can like miss pixels here and there, and it can be kind of annoying. And the thing is, you can set up your speed to be faster, but it would be even less controllable. Now I have the Pyro Magic, but the Pyro Magic actually can miss, so I don't want to mess around with it. These items cannot miss unless an enemy has a severe amount of defense against magic. So at this point, I'm pretty much assuming that I'm going to be resubmitting this to RPG Limit Break, and so I'm going to add in here that I will be practicing this probably at least 2 to 3 times a week. I am going to see a little bit better of what things can be going wrong in the run, and hopefully we'll be able to lower the estimate by a half hour to an hour, but I can't really make that judgment call yet because I know that like deaths can cost like up to a half hour. But minor adjustments to the run could also make the game much safer. Like this little detour that I'm taking right now does make things very much safer, and my level ups come very much quicker. Also, I am a pretty new streamer, so I will be improving my commentary as well. But I am very knowledgeable in the games that I play. I go out of my way to learn as much as I can about them. So as far as that aspect goes, we're going to be pretty good, and I'm going to know at least what to talk about in case like donations get quiet. And again, I do want to say this is something that I really want to do. Really want to get this into RPG Limit Break because you guys are just freaking awesome. And I definitely would like to support Nami and everybody else that I can. So I don't see any reason why this can't be a PB and possible world record as far as I know. I just got like really good RNG at the beginning. Wasn't even intentional, just turned on the power, decided to go with whatever came, and it just ended up being really, really good. I'm kind of surprised here, but even this is looking like it might be a positive split. So now I got the wings magic, which is pretty useless. I've already got flight. And flight's not going to miss on me. As far as I know, it can't. And yeah, I'm getting a good split here. At least 2 minutes. Yep, 3 minutes and 18 seconds. So this is just stupid good here now. So we're going to head up here around Kai. Oh, okay, never mind. I'll go ahead and get that after this dungeon then. If they're going to push me back, there's no reason to be up there to begin with. I just wanted to shuriken, which I don't actually even need. And there was no reason for me to go into Sagami there. So I'm wanting to at least get my main character up 3 levels in this dungeon. We'll go ahead and kill him. It's not going to take too long to do that. 2 quick rounds will do it. I would have liked to have gotten Goa Akoma as one of my initial allies that I picked up, because he's got some pretty expensive equipment. I think it sells for somewhere around $5 grand altogether. I can't remember it. I'd have to check my notes, which I don't really feel like I need right now, so I haven't gotten them open. Let's see, we'll make another save, but I don't think I really need any of my magic back because I haven't really been using any of my magic. So as far as I know, even the flight spell won't get me out of here. I may try that once. In fact, I think I'll try it after this battle that I'm in. No, I'm not going to try that. I do need all the experience that I can get in this dungeon, so that would actually be a really bad idea. I'm not actually going to do that. So, when I get out of this dungeon, I'm going to have a lot of gold. I will be able to afford my fire blade as far as I know, and I may be able to afford my shuriken. So at 350 experience apiece, it is worth going a little out of my way to try and kill those firefoxes that early on. So the teleporters, you go left, then you head right and go straight up the middle. Unfortunately, right now I don't have the blowpipe, which would have a high critical hit rate, but that's not that big of a deal. It just means it takes a little bit longer to kill the firefoxes, which aren't really a normal battle in this cave to begin with. And I'm just burning right through them anyway. That's 2 critical hits on them in a row. So my levels are going to be looking pretty good when I get out of here. So again, really worth that little bit of extra time because of the experience for what actual level I am in right now. So anytime you hear a creak in the game, that means I'm in a floor tile puzzle. I believe these Zenkai have remedy items, so I'm trying to keep them from using those. Not the Zenkai, but the Kukuos or whatever they are. The cookies. Yeah, they have body healers. And I think they also have the remedies. And yes, they do, but it failed. So, good news for me. So we're even going to be able to split this. We're going to skip the split that I normally don't even have to do anyway, which is get proper allies. I found better ways to take care of getting my allies, but still not 100% foolproof. So that's why that split is there for me. So again, we're just making phenomenal time, and we're killing enemies before they even get a chance to murder us. But anything still could happen, and like I could die up to Oda, and that would be pretty much the worst thing that could happen. either Oda or Oda's bodyguard would be about the worst things that could happen. There's also a minor possibility that I could die in Adra's cave, and I forget what the name of that one is right offhand. Mount High. I could possibly die at Mount High, and I could die in Mount Aso, and those are the three places that would be the worst places to die, because you pretty much automatically just lose a half hour. Just figure a half hour is lost off your game at any time you would die. And that's assuming that you got pretty far into the caves. But even at that half hour isn't that bad, considering how much time I'm gaining. This is the first reason why Tenkai is really, really good to have. We are going to give him that energy pill that we just picked up, which is something that gets your magic up by 11 outside of battle. But since Tenkai can use the skill, I believe it's Cure 2 here. Yep, that changes it to an energy up, which gives you about 32 magic, 32 to 40 magic inside battle or outside of battle. And I believe that's about the correct amount. And in a casual playthrough, you can abuse Cure 1 and Cure 2 in order to buy health food and energy pills and upgrade them into body healers and energy ups, and you can afford equipment a lot quicker that way. Not a lot quicker, but a little bit quicker. Because it does take a little bit of time to set up and do and everything. Again, we're going to use Busy on this Firefox and hope he stays busy long enough to kill him. And we're already looking to end this cave pretty early compared to what we normally would. Probably at least 20 minutes early. Firefox has a perfect immunity to magic, so using any magic on it would really be a waste of time. Okay, Firefox fled. not that big of a deal. I actually was going to edit what my screen says I'm doing right here to world record in progress, but that would mess up my splits because I hit the space button to advance them. So I'll think of plenty of other stupid things to do, but I'm not going to do that. Okay, nice. Picked up a body healer because he decided not to use it. Pass that off to tank guy. Apparently this isn't going to be a very awesome split. I've already got a little under 7 minutes to finish and still be in the green, but still with the RNG that I got earlier to get my time down, that's still, this is a positive. I don't really care too much. I'm just going to get positives. We're actually going to run from this battle. I don't normally do that in this cave, but I don't feel like having to deal with their healing. It's already been a little too much so far. I've got the bare minimum level that I want for the cave, and I actually want 18 before I face Oda. If I can get 19, that'll be a little bit better, but 18 should be bare minimum to have a pretty safe fight against Oda. Okay, so now the hothead battle here, the enemies are pretty strong, but other than that, not an issue. They give pretty good experience for how long it takes to kill them. In fact, they give the second best amount of experience in the cave. The Firefoxes give the most at 350. These guys give about 192 apiece. one enemy now that might possibly heal himself. Wouldn't be too big of an issue. And I should also address further the reason why I need level 18 before I fight Oda. Is because my max health right now is 101, and Oda can crit for 101 points of damage. So I want to be able to make sure that I can keep my HP over 101 for the entire battle. Because Oda really likes to crit for his max amount of damage. So I do not want to test him. He's got plenty of time in that fight to get off as many crits as he wants. And it's normally between 0 and 3. So as you can kind of notice throughout this cave, my main character has been falling a little bit behind on damage. We've done really good on getting experience up, so I can run from as many battles as I want in the next cave. So getting out of here through the teleporters is about the same thing. You go left, then you go in the same teleporter that you just came out of, and head right for the stairs. Currently in the green 2 minutes, but I've got a fight that I have to take care of, which isn't going to take any time at all. It looks like Tenkai is keeping up with the hero on HP and almost keeping up with Hiroko on energy, which anytime you're even close to a sorcerer with your medicant, that's like really good. So my next destination is near Kai here. And we also need to get some armor. So skip that. Oh no, I got a positive split because I forgot that I didn't need allies. Affecting absolutely nothing as far as gameplay goes. Okay, good, we didn't get any battles. Let's go ahead and unequip his items that he no longer needs. That way I can just sell them all in one shot. And I missed one. And so far, this is just like the coolest run of this so far, out of the ones that I've done. So I should, when I get up to them, be able to afford all my multi-blades at once, which is what happened last time I played. And since we've got the extra skill here of flight, we can just pop all the way back to Kai without having to waste any time getting to the dungeon. And then Etchesin that we were just in was right next to the cave that we want to go to next. The cave was just to the right of there. I don't really see any reason to buy any extra medicine or anything, which is something that I kind of usually do in this area. We'll just make a quick save and we're going to run in. And again, I've had enough money to get the blowpipe back, but I don't usually need extra turns or anything, extra damage on my turns to kill any enemies, so I really don't care about that. I don't think the blowpipe really helps at all in the run. I think it's just been a waste of time trying to keep it. So, main character does not really need any magic. Not for the fight that's coming up, so he's gonna be our healer for right now. We do have that energy up just in case, but I'd like to be able to save that for later. It may come in handy. I'm gonna try and use Dizzy on a lot of enemies, and I may need it in case it fails. So this is the maximum amount of equipment that I can have until I beat Mount Ochi. So, like your spells and abilities, they kind of stack in this game. So, what we are going to do is we're going to cast Guard in this battle against Oda's Shadow here. And we're going to stack about 5 of them on the main character. And what that's going to allow us to do is pretty much negate almost all the damage that Oda's going to do to us. The only spell that I can think of that may not stack would be Dizzy. And that's because Dizzy seems to go for a random amount of time to begin with. I think your speed would stack, your defense stacks. Super wouldn't stack just because of the fact of how you use it. The super gets used and then you aren't allowed to use magic afterwards because they don't want you to be able to stack it. That's how they thought to get rid of that. So the worst part about having to use my main character to heal up is Repair has a pretty high chance of missing. So that now that I have Cure 1, I'm going to pick up a health food here and change that into a body healer. And my screen just went down again, so I'm going to have to fix that real quick. Just need to make sure I can see what's going on. Give a health food over to Tenkai. Tenkai is going to use the skills Cure 1. And it's going to be a body healer now. So luckily Gust worked there, so I only have to fight 2 of these green ghosts. And we'll go ahead and take them on. Feel pretty confident that we'll at least probably get 1 character's level up here. And either way, whether we do or not, we'll still likely at least have enough we should have enough magic to finish the battle that's coming up here. So I don't see that being an issue. And I couldn't see if that guy ran or not. Okay, it looks like they both ran. Not that big of an issue. The only big thing that matters here is that Oda doesn't get a chance to attack Kiriko, and that I go into battle with my main character having full HP. And everything else will fall into place pretty easily. This isn't me walking really slow. Game took control of what was going on. Okay, we got the good setup. Casting Dizzy is going to negate a lot of his attacks. I'm doing a pretty decent amount of damage. But I do want to get as many crits on him as I can. Okay, all my guards should be set up. That should be all I need. I'll check to see how much damage he's doing next time he attacks. Okay, he only did 1 point of damage. So then, I still do want to keep him busy because I don't want him to be able to defend. Because he can cut me down to doing 1 damage at a time, and that just wastes a lot of time. And the same's pretty true for later bosses as well. Again, not taking the chance that he won't crit me, and just plan on that being a thing and keeping myself over 101 HP. And that's why we have extra medicine and extra body healers. Didn't actually have to buy any because I was pretty confident in how much magic I had. Also, that Cure 1 spell actually helped a lot with that too. And the Cure 2 spell. So that's going to be the last Dizzy. Probably not the best time Dizzy because he's still not in the red for his HP. And now he is. So he's still got a chance to defend here, which kind of sucks. So Oda is just another enemy who has a chance of, at any time, I'm sorry, he's got a perfect defense to magic is what I wanted to say. I think I was in the middle of wanting to say two things, like the fact that he's got the chance to crit at any time. Okay, I just need to attack him one more time and this is over. There we go. So the dungeon's not over yet. We're going to pick up the item that we need to open the door. We're going to exit the cave, and we're going to come back in, and then we'll pick up the item, and then we'll exit again, both times exiting using the flight spell, or skill, as it were. Oops. And everybody got their levels up, so I don't have to worry about that. No wins. We're going to vanish, just get out of this battle a little bit quicker. Okay, so we're going to go to Tengu Forest to pick up a pretty good item. We do need to get Hyakuroko into level 20. He's at level 18 right now. And we need him to have a new spell for the boss battle coming up, and that's Gale. And that's going to do about 50 points of damage to each of the enemies in the battle. Generally around 45 to 50 points of damage is what we're going to see. Unfortunately, my stream is just being really mean to me and kicking me off. But again, like I said, the recording is still safe. I split a little bit late there, but even being a little bit late, I still gained a little under 6 minutes. But these are just the average splits. Generally, I want to make the attempt to get done with this dungeon and the next dungeon. I want to be in a minimum of level 23 for Mount Ken, and I would like to be able to do it in just under 3 hours. And I'd like the Mount Ken split to be less than a half hour, but let's just go with what we got to deal with right now. So after the Mount Ochai split will be when I have the first actual chance to be killed in this run, and it's a pretty high one. But I still haven't had to reset, so it's not an RTA just yet. We are single segment because I have not had to reset, and I've saved, but I have not reloaded any of those saves. Unless I misunderstand what the point of single segment is, but I don't think I do. So here, Kiriko just learned Gale. Try and take care of these mad dogs and hope they don't call some friends. That's why I usually avoid those battles, is I don't want to have them call friends on me, but since I had the first strike, there was no reason to not try and fight them, because I knew I could take out one enemy per round. So the shuriken that I picked up just recently, a little bit ago, but I picked it up and it's got a pretty high critical hit rate. And I don't want to upgrade my long-range weapon from there. I can get like muskets and arquebus, and I get pistols, but they all have a high chance of missing, so I don't want to waste my time with them. So here, Kiriko has gone above and beyond the call of duty. He so far has gained 4 levels in this dungeon. So unfortunately, I can't skip these text boxes. Enemies off balance. I'm going to take that chance again and try and kill these guys. So kind of unfortunately here, the strongest weapon that I'm going to get, which will be the Super Blade, has a base power of 150, but it doesn't have the high critical rate of what my early weapon did. Okay, well I guess I could skip one text box there, but I did not get to skip the other one. Pretty much impossible. So to toot my own horn here, kind of the brilliance of having my main character where he's at is that enemies cannot get to my medikit. And the reason for that is if an enemy can target you, they will target you. So they will not decide to move forward. So in addition, on that note, something that will come into play, but it will be a little bit later here when I start using Dizzy more often, is that enemies, when they are dizzy, they can only move backwards and they can attack. And if they move backwards, they won't be able to attack. So you can use that to your advantage in case you're in really a huge amount of trouble. You can back up your characters and force your enemies to move backwards while they're dizzy. Okay, heal up for this boss battle, although I really doubt that I really needed that. Main characters in 20, but I want 23 by the end of this next dungeon. So that shouldn't be too terrible. And I'm hoping for a good battle here. I don't want Burn or Gale to miss too often. Ooh, I missed Burn. I didn't pick it up. That's kind of a problem. Kind of not, but I can go back and fix that real quick. Gale was the only one that was really important to get. And I just made it a little accident by not using that, but that's alright. So I'll just use the main character to attack instead. So that makes this battle go just a little bit longer, but not by much. So I'm pretty sure I absolutely need to go pick up that. And I got my phone going, but I'm going to have to get that later. Boy, that goof up probably cost me about 2 minutes off the battle. So we might get a little bit of positive split here. But other than that, it's not too bad. All the other splits have been pretty green. So, we're going to give this Tengu fan to Tenkai. He's going to pass it to himself, that way it goes to the top of his inventory. And then pass a fire staff to himself, that way the fire staff is the first one and the Tengu fan's the second one. Okay, so I still ended up getting in the green on that, but just barely. So now we'll just take that quick detour to Kai and end up not losing too much time at all. So that's all the more time that I just lost there. And even if you don't have to pick up that technique, which I've never tested, I still want it because it's going to help me finish the dungeon a little bit quicker. So again, making a quick safety save. It's not wasting too much time off of a 6.5 hour run. So now this is going to be kind of a change of pace for me because I do not have to monitor Tenkai's magic at all. He can use it all up and everything's going to be just fine because he's got the flight skill. Yeah, another really good thing that's been saving me a lot of time is I don't think I've had to hit it in once. And that's thanks to the way they program the game so that you gain all your health and all your energy up when you level up. So shout outs to people programming games well enough that you can only find one glitch and you have no problems with the gameplay. It's hard, but that's the only real any kind of issue with this at all. So I should address the Tengu fan that I picked up. That will blow one enemy out of battle without missing. The only enemies that it cannot blow out of battle are boss enemies and anyone who could potentially be your ally. So that's really important to keep note of. So now, before I get out of here, I'm going to have to grind to level 23 for my main character. And the best amount of experience that you can get per second is on the very first floor, so as soon as I grab the item that I need to complete this dungeon, which I'm almost up to, I'm going to exit and come back in and fight some enemies. So we'll go ahead and fight you guys, but we'll only actually fight one of you. I don't really trust these birdmen. Perfect timing on that level up. So something important to keep in mind here is, oh, I didn't even finish what I was saying about the Tengu fan. But I'll get back to that just after I finish here. Do not pick up Ray. Ray has some pretty good items, but she's not worth picking up. She's not worth a character slot because she cannot really help healing. And she doesn't have... There's really nothing about her that's good. She doesn't have good attack or anything. So, the Tengu fan. The Tengu fan, the reason why you need it is it helps you save magic, so like you're not using the vanish spell as much, and it's also giving you the opportunity in battle to either blow somebody out of the battle that will definitely kill you if you don't take care of them right away, or if you get into a battle where there's like one or two enemies that you want in the battle to kill, and there's just another enemy that's going to take way too long to kill. You can do that. You can get rid of just one of the characters in the battle, and then you're just primed to have a really quick battle. So owls don't do a whole lot of damage and they get pretty good experience. I think I'd rather have the albino apes out of all the enemies. It's the only real dangerous thing they can do is use dizzy gas on you. So generally, like, any ally that you pick up isn't really going to be able to do much damage to any enemies. So, like, the 30 that you see me dealing with Pyro, with the fire staffs, that's really more than any ally is going to do with their natural power for, like, the longest time. And then by the time they would be able to do more, you're going to have multi-blades for your entire party. And multi-blades essentially cast Gale in battle. They have a little bit longer animation than a regular attack would, but they hit all the enemies. They don't have a chance to miss unless the enemy's got a huge amount of resistance to the attack. And then that's really more damage than what your main character is even going to do with an attack at that point, until you get the Super Blade. And even then, the Super Blade doesn't deal more on 3 enemies than what a Gale would. So there's really no reason to go for any other allies than the ones that I've chosen. You may decide that you want 2 Medicants, or you may decide that you want 2 Sorcerers, depending on what your playstyle is, but I would not go for anyone but the ones that I've picked. Outside of this, you got some tanks that you can pick up, and they aren't much tankier than your main character is, and you can also pick up ninjas that are like your main character. Some that can cast magic and some that can't. And yeah, they just really aren't that much to brag about either. So I gotta be getting pretty close to level up now. Had plenty of time to address pretty much everything that I'm doing in the run. Dizzy just does what Dizzy does. It pretty much destroys everything. When you get up to the boss battles, you need Dizzy to beat them. And that's what essentially allows me to finish the game much quicker than I normally would. So the battle at the beginning of the game, where I got the cutscene where Oda had no burns on his body, that affected a few battles at the end of the game. It affects the battles that are coming up in the very next area after I finish up this dungeon for good. And basically what I've found is the battles are easier to take care of with this scenario instead of getting the one where he had burns. So that is the one thing that I need to check later on, is see about getting the burns and getting up to, or probably 3 to 5 levels, and seeing if it's possible for me to beat it in a comfortable amount of time. So now I've had enough battles and everything. This should be my level up here. This battle. And I'm hoping I can afford an Iron Mask as well, because that's going to make Mount Ken a lot safer. And Mount Ken has a pretty decent chance for me to die because I usually have just enough amount of energy to get through it. And that's due to the fact that every enemy in there has pumped up magic defense, which is really the only attack that I have, and they have pumped up attack to where they're doing like 50 points of damage per hit. And when you can only take like 2 of those hits, that becomes very scary. Okay, so we gained another 2 minutes. Wow, and we are sub 3 by a lot. So this is really good here. I am loving this. No, you may not join me. I take extra time in that cutscene just to make sure. So for the first time, I am going to lodge. And that should give you an idea of how scary the enemies are here. They have a chance to do anywhere from 50 to 70 points of damage on just like my main character alone. And my main character right now is the only one who has any kind of armor on. So you're going to see a lot more healing outside of battle now. They really want to pump up the difficulty at this point, and when you're playing for the first time, you are not ready for this. And since I am severely underleveled, I'm somewhat not ready for this. But I know what I'm doing, so hopefully that'll help. So these multi-blades I'm going to pick up cost 7,200 gold apiece. I've got a few items that I can sell. I will be selling my fire blade, and hopefully I'm going to pull out enough money, like I said, to get that iron mask as well. And then unfortunately in Harima, or what am I thinking, in Mount Ken, like I said, I'm not really going to be fighting enemies because they're going to destroy me. There's a few enemies early on in the early floors that I can fight, but on top of that, not a whole lot that I'm going to be doing as far as fighting goes. So I don't even really get a chance to level up before I go to Mount Aso. And because I'm pretty confident about where I am gold-wise, I'm going to go ahead and skip the Kusanagi detour as well. Okay, please work vanish. Kind of the main point of going to the Kusanagi detour is you get an item that casts burn instead of gale in combat, and so it's going to do less damage, but you can sell it for like 13,000 gold. We'll go ahead and use vanish again. And I think somewhere down here I'm going to make sure that I'm okay with where I'm at magic-wise and just take a lodge. There's really no shame in it right now when, if I get surprise attacked, I could easily have one or more of my characters knocked out. And sometimes it doesn't even take a surprise attack. It can just happen. Was that it? Yes. I can tell you right now, even if I die, it's not going to take 50 minutes from here to finish Mount Ken. It's most definitely not going to be anywhere near that. So Tengu Fan here is a free run. So again, I'd like to remind you, if you're watching this after the fact, there is going to be a 9-second delay on my microphone. Okay, you use sleep on him, that's bad. I just had a chance to save too. I get away with it. If you run this game, don't do what I'm doing. Take extra chances to save. Yeah, I don't mind being blinded. Really not a mistake not saving, but like, I don't wanna. Okay, so I got plenty of crap to get rid of here. It's gonna be pretty close on whether I can afford that Iron Mask right away or not. I'll definitely be able to have it after Mount Ken, like directly after Mount Ken. I'm gonna pick up an item that I can sell an extra item, and everything will work out pretty good there. So everybody gets their multi-blades. I don't have as much gold as what I thought I did, so maybe not get that iron mask as soon as what I wanted. Okay, so everybody has to have those multi-blades put on top of their inventory, so they're going to pass their items to themselves. And then when I get to Mount ASO, the only thing that's going to trump the multi-blade in any of my guys' inventories is going to be the health rock. And that'll be for my healer. Okay, so now that we got all that stuff, we'll make another quick safety save. I know I'm saving an awful lot here, and I usually save an awful lot more than what I'm doing, but this section really is this dangerous. It is 100% this dangerous. They may even show you. And if you ever forget what boat to take there, just make sure you take the one that says to Shikaku. Again, we're taking advantage of Vanish because in a potential ally fight, we cannot blow anyone out of. We can blow out their extra ninjas, but we can't blow them out of battle. So actually, this area right here is a lot less dangerous. But I'm still going to get my HP more or less maxed out here. It could have almost cost me that I wasn't paying attention there, but it ended up being okay. Actually, in order to afford the face mask, I think I'd have to pick up a longbow in this dungeon. So again, making one more save before we go in, and everything should work out fine anyway. Until we actually get up to the Oda bodyguard fight, I wouldn't really expect a full party wipeout anyway, but there is a possibility of having a single party member getting wiped out. And if they pass away, it's pretty much just faster to reset. You can waste too much time trying to replace that character, and they've already got some pretty expensive equipment because they have multi-blades. So this is one of the few battles that I can actually fight in this dungeon. they could still make me pay for my arrogance of actually challenging them, because the Hydra men have a chance to crit because they use crossbows. Oh, I'm sorry, they use longbows, and they are pretty powerful. But at about 500 experience per kill, I'm willing to take that chance. But the next place we're going to, enemies give us around 800 experience apiece. So, you know, that's like the low. But just like in this dungeon, there's enemies that I just can't fight because they're ghosts. And here's one of them that's in the next dungeon. So I am still most definitely expecting the WR, and hopefully my enemies aren't expecting the same thing. I should say at this point, I am the only one who has any kind of record in this game that I know of. Nice run there. This dungeon isn't terribly long, but it's terribly dangerous. Either way, I'm pretty sure this is going to end up on YouTube. And just a warning, if you're on stream with me right now, my stream does like to die on me in the middle of running games. My recording's protected and it will go back online pretty quickly. So if you really want to see the end of this, just stick around. I'm doing really, really well on my running right now. That's going to have something to do with my party's speed overall. So the first path on the left here is the one that you want to take if you want to go straight to the end, which is what I want to do. I don't want to waste any extra time in this dungeon. I've got plenty of magic to get out of here, and I do need to make sure that I heal up as soon as I get out. I've been rationing off my magic to make sure that I have enough to run when I need to run, and there's probably only going to be about 2 or 3 more battles that I end up running into, and I've got plenty of magic to banish from all 3 of them. So being 3 hours into this already, I'm getting pretty tired. Luckily, don't have to use the restroom yet. I'm saving that for like the last 2 hours of the run. Looks like I'm gonna just miss having a green split here, but that's no big deal. I also picked up a lot more items than what I normally do at this point in the game. I think I might sell a couple of these ninja cures. I don't think I'll really need them, and that might give me just enough that I can buy the iron mask. I'll reassess my funds when I get out of here. Not too bad, only about 8 seconds in the plus, but I've had so many minus splits that just really does not matter. Not like in the least. I've only really had 3 that were real positive splits in the positives, so yay me. So I need 3,000 to get the iron mask. Let's see how much I can get off of this iron hat that I've got. Okay, that'd be 1750. And can't quite get enough. Okay, that should do it. So again, with the surplus that I have in magic, I'm not really worried about selling those items that I could end up needing later, because they're just going to be replaced with restores anyway. Okay, so I just got kicked offline again. Go ahead and save up, and we're going to head right over. And hopefully be able to get all 7 of our levels in one shot. only really big power level session in the game. So now, since I have decided to equip the multi-blade and sell the fire rod or fire staff that I've had, that's been something pretty recent route change. That's actually something that's helping a lot as far as gameplay goes. Helps me stay alive a lot more. So again, the stream might go down. It'd be unfortunate, but I'm gonna keep things going as well as I can. Apparently I got my first whisper, but I'm not going to figure out how to access it right now while I'm trying to do this run. Run's too good right now. Not wasting any more time on it. Which is the big reason why we're not going to get that Kusanagi. It gives us a little bit extra gold, but we don't need that, and it takes more time to do. So we don't need that either. I am going to be really sad if I die in the boss rush, but I think I might be far enough ahead that if I do die in the boss rush, this may be the first time where I actually just run back through. I usually don't feel like it because it's like I have an hour just to get back up to Oda. So I'm going to fall down this pit on purpose, and that's going to get us pretty much the best item in the game. The health rock is even better than the multi-blade. Essentially casting Cure 3 in battle, or Heal 3 in battle, which is 50 hit points per ally, approximately. It's not always 50 though. And it's another one of those infinite use items. It was a good enough item that I decided to add that onto my splits. Like I said, the only mistake that I've made so far has cost me maybe a minute or two in the battle against the Sagamiibo, in order to get the Tengu fan. That's really it. There hasn't been anything in this run that's really gone wrong. And while I'm saying that, I might just go to Mount High and Tenshima may decide to just freeze my entire party, which will suck. I'll be sad. I'll be so sad if that happens. But I'm feeling good about this. I think this is a run here. Okay, so we do have to go back through the cave here. That did bump us back almost completely to the beginning. Only bad part about that is you run into more ghosts, like what I ran into now. They are impervious to magic damage, so they aren't helping us level up at all, and we do need to level up, like I said, 7 times before we get out of here. So this is kind of about a half-hour grind session, somewhere around half hour to about 40 minutes. And Tenkai is 1 level above my main character, but he has more HP than him now. That's something I'm not used to seeing. I'm thinking like Tenkai alone may end up saving this run just because he can tank a lot more damage than what I'm used to having with a guy in that position. Now I'm far enough down in the cave that probably about 75% of my battles are going to be good ones. Ones that I can actually fight. They're all going to be really scary though. Up until Tenkai reaches level 28 and learns the revive spell. Now I have to be pretty careful not to fall down one of these holes. The worst part about my party right now is Hiyakiriko's HP, which isn't really all that bad as it is. So not only should I have enough gold at the end of the game to get every item that I would possibly need to finish the game. I will also have enough extra gold that I should be able to get a sage or a mage robe for Hyakiriko, which will increase his chances of not dying in the last battle. Not by a whole lot, but it'll be enough. The last time enemies were being real jerks about running away from me in battle. This time they're being really nice and letting me get the first strike. Which only gave them one round of attacks before I killed them. Okay, I'm gonna have to play this battle pretty defensively. Do I even get a chance to? No. I'm going to have to run and hope my guys survived. So this is the issue early on in this dungeon. Way under leveled, way under equipped, and we're just struggling to get by kinda. So yeah, as long as there's no knockout, we're still going to be about a half hour ahead of where my splits say I should be at. Okay, so we got to play a little defensive here. No shame in living through a battle. Really, there's just pretty much no other way to do this. Hoping this orange flame is nice to me and doesn't knock out Hyakiriko. Okay, he was nice, and even if he had, there was still a good chance I would have been okay at that point. Because he probably would have just ended up being injured once I finished the battle. So I think these water dragons give something ridiculous like 1,800 experience or 1,300 experience for killing one. So in general, you don't want them to run away on you. And they were doing a lot of that on me last time. So I'm going to try and fix that with Dizzy and make sure he doesn't get a chance to. And do this aggressively, make sure he dies. And then yeah, it's around 1,800 experience apiece. So I'll hold off on using Dizzy until his HP gets a little bit low here. I'll go ahead and give him the opportunity to use his body healer. That's not a big issue. Shoot, just got kicked off again. So other than having a Wi-Fi connection, I have no idea why my stream goes down every once in a while. It's not even consistent that it'll go down. Sometimes it goes down a lot, sometimes it doesn't go down at all. And the only thing I can think of is it might be being overused by the neighborhood. as you can see, this is a really good place to level up, fastest experience for a dungeon overall, so I don't know how you're going to get any better than this. Go ahead and pass that energy up that I just got to Tank Guy. And I kind of really thought overall it might have been a little bit faster to go kill the Hydra, because that's about the only fight that I'd actually do in that dungeon, but it's just not. But that is the reason why I had that I might possibly want to have that in the run. But my previous record did have it. And I'm saying it's a previous record because I'm still pretty sure I'm going to smash it here. Aggressive again. When I've got a chance to take him out, I don't want to give him the possibility to run. And there will likely be no defending by the time I reach level 28 and have the ability to revive my characters. It might happen, but most likely it won't. So again, making an attempt to take advantage of Dizzy. Don't want him to have the chance to flee. At this point, I've got plenty of magic to waste, so we're not worried about that. And he went ahead and fled on me anyway. But as far as this dungeon goes, having like one enemy flee, that's really not that big of a deal. So then I guess one more plus that I can add on to the using of the Tengu fan is any enemy that gets blown out of a battle with the Gust spell or the Gust skill from the Tengu fan has a chance to drop an item. And just like in all games where enemies have chances to drop items, some are better than others. Hopefully I don't pay for not defending here, but I'm feeling pretty confident where I'm at right now, especially because I had the Iron Mask. Okay, Water Dragon's gonna heal up, and Orange is gonna call a friend, so I definitely made the right decision being aggressive there. So I'm even gonna skip around to healing just because I have 5 less than full HP. And I think the Wonder Dragon might crit for like 140. So he's not even too big of an issue at that point. So the second dragon fled on me. Not completely devastating, but it does suck when you lose that much experience when you're trying to level up as quickly as possible. Because one of them is worth about 2 of the orange flames. Maybe I've started in at Mount High at I think I've started in at about 3 hours and 50 minutes, but I don't think I finished. I think enemies were just too hard for me because I didn't level up. I was a little bit worried there because I didn't decide to defend. I thought I might get crushed. Luckily my extra defense held out pretty well. We'll go ahead and use the health rock. And then we'll just use heal 3 out of battle because that'll be quick. Or maybe we'll just use remedy. So normally, if I was going to add to the Kusanagi, if I did feel like it was absolutely necessary, I would get to level 28. I would then continue to gain about an extra 6,000 experience. And then I would exit this dungeon and go grab the Kusanagi because things would just level out at that point to where I would definitely get the level that I needed by the time I got up to Mount High. Without having to do any additional grinding. Like I would literally be able to run from every battle and still be in the right level. So they're giving me just enough of a chance here that I'm gonna try and dizzy lock that dragon because I want his experience very much so. Probably should not have wasted a turn healing there. That may end up costing me. And we got away with it. So again, heal 3 costs more magic, but I don't use enough magic in this dungeon anyway to actually run out ever. So not 100% sure that I'm going to get sub 4 before getting out of here, but that'd be awesome. So also kind of another thing to take note of is the biggest reason why I'm power leveling beyond the fact that I just absolutely need to survive the end of the game is that the more levels I'm up, the quicker the boss battles are going to go. Like, they'll be quicker by a lot. Pretty glad I got this tiger battle, because even though it doesn't go any faster than any of the other battles, I can get a pretty decent amount of experience for killing these guys. 1,500 apiece. And I now have revive magic, which means I'm completely safe for the rest of this level grinding. As long as I don't do something really stupid. And it actually has happened before, where I've just been so incredibly tired that instead of using revive magic to heal one of my guys, I've just accidentally used vanish magic. And then I'd see a guy passed away. And I'd see 20 to 30 minutes of my run just down the toilet. That's the first time I've seen them use a firebomb, I think, ever. Okay, again we try and lock the dragon in place. It's gonna repay us with a body healer. That sucks. And the sprite limit for enemies is 3 if anyone's wondering. So they couldn't call an extra friend. Okay, now defending is good. Better than running. So it's looking kind of like not a great section right now, and again, a lot of that is because I usually go for the Kusanagi at this point. And I'm not gonna worry about Kiriko's HP, he's probably not gonna die. And if he does, I'll just revive him. Okay, so after this dungeon, I do need to pick up an iron mesh from my main character. I need to pick up a... I don't need to pick up a ninja rod, but I probably will. Well, I guess that would waste money, so I'll go ahead and leave it alone. And a lot of this game is making decisions like that, and it's just, you gotta pretty much go with what you're dealt. So it's never the same any 2 times that you play. And I'd really like to stop getting these ghost battles, because I'm getting pretty close to being in the green for my splits, even with having to gain up those 2 extra levels. Good hit. 21 damage. You are a champion. Like, I don't know how I could be more proud of him today. Okay, Dizzy the Dragon. Hopefully you'll stick around and have some fun. Still unfortunately having some problems with the stream going down, and I'm not actually getting through the advertisements so I can see what's going on. But if it does go down, it'll go back up. Okay. Really good run going on and nobody else gets to see it. Which is sad because I got people popping in from time to time and then it just goes out. Let's just see how much more we need per level up. Okay, 3075, so it's going to look like we're just a little bit behind here. And it won't even look all that bad. And this is without doing the Kusanagi detour. Oh, come on. Am I going to have to defend here? I just need to kill these two and one more battle, and then we're good. So if here Kiriko gets knocked out here, this could become a slightly hairy battle. Because then I've got to revive, and revive doesn't have a 100% chance of working. Okay. Okay, so one more battle. Unless I get somebody who runs from me or I get a ghost. Okay, good enough. So about 3 minutes in the positive, but we do get to skip a split. So apparently that split only took about 10 minutes. Or maybe that's because I skipped over it last time as well. It might have actually taken about 20 minutes. I'd have to actually go back and check my last run to see how that actually worked. Okay, so Momochi wants to join us. He's got some good expensive equipment. We shouldn't need any money. So I'd rather just hold on to the allies. Okay. So then, yeah, we're just gonna go grab that iron mesh, and that'll be it. Well, it won't be it. I'm gonna pick up some more armor too. I'll pick up the armor that I don't normally pick up for Hiriko just yet. And that's because Mount High is actually pretty dangerous. If it gives me even just a slight bit chance more to avoid freezing, that's going to be enough. So if anything goes wrong and I need just a little bit more a little bit more gold, I can sell that. But so far, I really don't think that's going to happen. And then we'll get rid of his cloak just because it's in the way. Okay, so then we work back to here, Yamashiro, and then we got Mount High. And again, making beautiful time, and we'd like to level up twice before, we'd like to naturally level up twice with the battles that are coming before we get up to Aja. And that's so that we have 2 opportunities to use the spell super. So basically, once again, I am maxed out on my main character as far as armor that I can get up to this point. I'm going to pick up some magic armor, which will be his final armor that he gets, which will give him 100 defense and 5 resist. He's going to get a Kieran Bone, which will give him 32 defense, and he gets 10 resist off of that. And he'll also get his strongest weapon, the Super Blade, which has 150 attack power. But again, since we don't need to actually physically attack enemies because of our... That was nice picking up that elixir, by the way. But because of our multi-blades that do all our damage for us, yeah, we're just fine with the weapon that we got right now. But the upcoming bosses have a little bit of defense to physical attacks and a lot of defense to magic. So yeah, right now I'm predicting no major issues with the run itself. I don't have any problems with the route the way it's been. So yeah, I don't see how I'm going to take much more time off of it than I already have this time. Everything just kind of fell into place pretty well. Just, I mean, there's little bits of RNG that went kind of bad, but I mean, nothing that's really cost me any time whatsoever. Not when you consider that you're just going to have RNG in this run. It's far too long of a run to just not have any RNG whatsoever. So, of the things that can happen that are bad, coming up from now, there's going to be the Oda fight, and actually just a lot of fights coming up where enemies can use Cure 4, or Heal 4 anyway, and just revive their HP to maximum. Pretty much any battle where you see two bosses at once, you're going to have the possibility of that. The Oda Bodyguard, he has the ability to use a sleep bomb, which can potentially put all of your allies to sleep. And he does about 160 points of damage per hit. And his buddy has an opportunity to do about 100 points of damage per hit with the current levels with the levels that I will actually be at to when I go to fight him. So that is a potential game over. He can do it on his first turn. He can put everybody to sleep, and then you have just no chance whatsoever of breaking out of it because you may not get a turn. That's how cool that possible lock is. Now I think since the one time that I actually did get completely locked out of the battle with that, I think I decided to gain like one more level, and that kind of offset it to where I was okay by the time I got up to him. the next time. He used the sleep bomb on me, but I was able to survive. But ever since then, I've been worried that that might be a possibility later on. So again, we're just tearing right through this dungeon. No real regards for safety or anything like that, because why would you? One level away from having two possibilities of using super in the upcoming battle. And super increases the amount of damage that you can do. And it costs 62 of your energy points. And it has a high possibility of just not working. It fails quite often. So you probably have about a 30% chance of it actually working. And then if Ajra or any boss that you're fighting uses psychic energy, that will dispel the super and then you have to cast it again. So I usually keep them dizzy as long as possible. And while I've been talking, I've used a health rock twice, which was completely unnecessary. But the battle was still worth fighting because 1800 experience is almost the best that you can get as far as battles go in this dungeon. I think there's one enemy, and I forget which one, other than the Phoenix, that can give you about 2,000 experience for killing. So these enchantresses aren't really too bad. I mean, they do have the Jinx spell and they do have the Dizzy spell. I think they might also have the Drain spell, but nothing that's really too devastating at this point in the game, as long as you've got your allies set up just right. Oh, and yeah, they actually have a chance to evade your magic attacks. That's something that's definitely happened before. Yeah, so I'm not quite done with this dungeon yet, but as you can see, at this point, I'm almost an entire hour ahead of I'm actually over an hour ahead of my splits. I think once I get done with this section of picking up the super blade and my 2 pieces of armor, or my 1 piece of armor I should say, then that's going to be about the halfway point through this dungeon. See, I believe I get a Restorer, I believe I get a Ninja Cure, and a Cure and Bone, and the Super Blade. And then I'll get an extra Cure and Bone and a piece of magical armor for my main character after I beat Ajra. So we're going to be pretty beefy on defense at that point. And we didn't really even have to grind. We had to grind in really just two areas, the very first cave and the second cave of wind. Other than that, we've just been fighting pretty much every battle and gaining up all of our experience pretty naturally. Once I'm done here, I'm going to have to count all the times that my stream went down, because I'm pretty sure this is a world record already. In the future, when I can progress past Wi-Fi, I'm pretty sure this isn't going to happen again. So we'll definitely take that hit of 10 on our resistance, because it's worth it to actually be able to damage these bosses that are coming up. Oh yes, we get the scepter. We didn't get a ninja cure, we get the scepter. We're actually going to run from these guys. Okay, we're going to revive our characters, then we're going to run from these guys. The amount of defense and healing they had, it just really wasn't going to be worth fighting them. So I definitely need to check where we were for level ups. I kind of hate doing it, but at the same time it's kind of necessary. 200 damage and he fled. That's sad. Any earlier dungeon, just about anyone would be dead. Okay, 4 hours, 20 minutes, still getting really tired, but I mean, I've got enough energy to finish the run, so that's not an issue. I do need to very much concentrate once I get up to Oda. Pretty much all the boss battles I do have to concentrate pretty hard on. So if I feel like I'm going to be prone to making a mistake, I'm going to be pretty quiet during those. But the amount of time that we keep them stun locked, that will determine how well the battles go. Both the amount of time that we keep them stun locked and when they are stun locked. Because if they feel like they need to pull off a heal 4 and then all of a sudden they get knocked out of being dizzy, well, then that's going to be really bad for us. But in general, as long as we can keep them dizzy, we've got nothing to worry about. We do have to worry about Abaddon because he attacks for about 160 points of damage. He uses lightning, which is 100 points of damage on every enemy, or every character. I think he's got a high chance to crit, and his buddy Oda should also have a high chance to crit. Okay. I'm gonna do something really stupid apparently. I accidentally used the health rock. I was going to use the multi-blade to make sure the Enchantress died. When the right move to do is use the Tengu fan to blow the Tenshima away, because I do not want to have my entire party frozen, but I did want that extra experience. So now I need one more battle to get Tenkai up a level, and 1 or 2 more battles to get my main character up to the level he needs. Okay. Alright, we were okay there. That was a little bit scary. Anytime you get surprised by those Tenshima, that's pretty scary that you might get a game over. And especially at a time like right now, when I'm still technically single segment. Like I am single segment right now. I don't want to lose that. So the one really bad thing that could have happened there was my main character could have died in that battle. He could have been knocked out, which means he could have been dead, because I would have had to use the Vanish there. Because I couldn't risk the fact that they may decide that they need to use Freeze again and just take out the rest of my party. Go, should get 2 level ups, which I did. And we need to fight pretty much 0 more battles. I think I'm just gonna There's no reason to fight anything. I'm just gonna run. I'm in the lowest level that I need to beat the game, as far as I know. Well, I guess I do need some gold. I need gold for supplies. So that's the only reason why I might fight a battle. I'm still planning on getting a crown. And then I need some health kits, and on top of that, I need some restorers. But hopefully, if it's anything like last time, I won't even need the health kits. But I will need some restorers for sure. Because this time I have a medikit just like I did last time. And I think this medikit's actually probably a little bit better than the last one I had. I'm used to taking in the healer, I think it's called a Sohi or something, known as Amagai Koji. And normally he's got about 168 energy when he finishes the game, which is what Tenkai has right now. So I was actually worried for a second about... Okay, that's fine. It's actually going to be more than fine. I was worried about how much gold I had, and then I remembered I get a retarded amount for beating Ajra and for beating the next battle against Nikolai and Belyak. So Ajra should be no kind of issue at all whatsoever, and everything should go really well. In fact, if my characters got enough their magic stat up, I forget what that's intel. If Hikiriko actually got a good intel build, you may end up being able to keep her stun locked with Dizzy for the entire battle. So going into the fight, we're pretty close to 40 minutes ahead of time. We won't stay quite that far ahead though. So multi-blades do work on Ajra, so I'll use them. Oh, not what I wanted to do. Health proc was what I wanted to use. Okay, she dispelled one super. So I've got an extra one, and then that one failed, but if my main character gets knocked out, I can use another one. So I'm not going to use any more than a health rock to heal him. If it ends up being that she knocks him completely out and a health rock can't keep him alive, that'll be fine. I just get an extra chance at using super. So I'll keep using the health rock and keep trying to keep her dizzy locked. So she's really being a jerk and resisting it, which she's usually not a jerk this early in this fight. So Adra's going to have a pretty decent chance to crit throughout this fight too, because I'm not doing a real good job of keeping her dizzy locked. And it's just the amount of time that she's going to take to kill, considering the fact that my super did not go off. I believe Adra takes about 1,200 points of damage to kill. And luckily with that extra level that I gained up, even without the super, I'm still doing a decent amount of damage to her. Like, at this rate, I'm going to say I will be out of here 40 minutes early. I think I should be able to beat her and get out of the dungeon in 6 minutes. I wasn't as sure when I got into the battle, then I started to see how much damage I was doing to her. So this is just kind of thing with Dizzy. Sometimes they'll break out of it right away, sometimes it'll last 1 turn, and sometimes it'll last 10 turns. As far as I've ever been able to tell, it's completely random. And it's not anything that I know how to manipulate. But if I could, the run would be so much more solid. But I'm on a world record pace anyway, as far as I know, so I don't care. looks like I may be losing some time on this dungeon anyway, and I believe that's because I decided I was going to fight Horsehead, which just didn't make any sense to begin with. Even without that battle, I would have had enough experience to gain all the levels that I needed. Okay, he finally got knocked out. We get a revive, and hopefully a super that lasts for a while. I'm gonna get right up next to her before I use it though. It'll just give me the best chance of having it for the most amount of time. I know she was already dizzy, but I wanted to use it again. I was hoping that might help keep her dizzy for a little bit longer, which I kind of doubt it will. And this time I will use heal too, because I don't want him to get knocked out while he's trying to pound away at her with super. It also frees up my sorcerer here to use his multi-blade. So pretty much no matter what she does, she should die in 1 or 2 more rounds. I may be a little bit off on that, but not by much. No longer worried about my HP. She can go ahead and try and knock me out. I can always revive. Just have to make sure I don't accidentally kill her if she knocks my guy out, because there's a high mortality rate if that happens. Okay, she's dead. And yeah, I'm pretty sure I just lost the... In fact, I know I lost the time off Horsehead. So bad dungeon, but still I'm in the green overall for my split, so who cares? Whatever. So then capturing Mino with Mikawa is the only really big part of it, RNG that I have left before the boss rush. So I used to give Tenkai the bracelet here, but he doesn't need it. He will get the Kirin Bone that I get in the final dungeon, and that'll reduce his damage that he takes from... I'll go ahead and fight this. That'll reduce the amount of damage that he's going to take from lightning. Again, this is a battle that I shouldn't really have to fight, but it's going to set me up so much better with my equipment that I'm going to just go ahead and do it. I'll take a slight time loss, that's no big deal. I may even actually gain up like 1 extra level before the end of the game. I wouldn't count on that too much, but just in case it does happen, this is why I want to do this. Or even just gaining up an extra level from my main character right now would be a really good reason to do it. But as far as time losses go, nothing has gone bad that could really go bad, so all my splits just look golden to me. I could have had a lot worse. I think maybe about a 5.5 hour run is possible, but that's going to take more work than what we put in today. And that's just using the same strats that I've been using. Now, it used to be that I'd come back here and have him tell me that I have to capture Mino or one of the other provinces, but it's not something you actually have to do to progress with the story. So we're going to go ahead and trigger Mino because we're going to have to sabotage them. We're going to have to damage all their troops, their money, and their food. And that's going to make our wartime against them a lot better. And I don't have a whole lot of time to do that this month. It's going to be like the 8th by the time I can actually get in there. That was just the wrong set of stairs. That wasn't RNG manipulation or anything. There's no random battles or anything in here. So I made a safety save, but as far as I've ever been able to tell in this battle, I really don't need it. Maybe for a power outage or something. Okay. So, I think to start off we'll defend. We'll use heal 2 on him. And then we'll use Dizzy on my enemy. Baliok's the most dangerous as far as damage goes. And he's already taken one of my guys out. That's okay, we're going to keep defending while we revive him. Right back into harm's way. Beautiful start. Okay, so defend just a little bit longer. We need to get Baliok back away from us. That way we can regain control of the battle. So this really isn't normally an issue at this point, but they did get the surprise attack on me. Okay. So now we're going to switch to a more offensive strategy. So we need Balyak Dizzy right now because we need to not be taking the extra damage. We need Nikolai Dizzy because he needs to not heal Balyak. He's got a minimum of heal 3 that I know of. But I was pretty sure that every enemy that could heal from this point on had at least heal 4. They both have psychic energy from what I remember, so using super right now would not be in my best interest. Once I get rid of Nikolai, then I'll go ahead and take care of Balyak with super. And pretty much, instead of worrying about waiting and lining up your dizzies just right, you pretty much just want to go straight in at Balyak, from my experience, because he's usually good at staying dizzy, so you'd just be wasting time not being super. And you notice that Balyak is doing a decent amount of damage to Nikolai. Well, that's kind of what happens with Oda and Abaddon, is that Abaddon can do a pretty decent amount of damage to Oda, making things far, far in your favor. And I hope this gets him here. No, not quite. So yeah, he got a heal 4 off, which is unfortunate. So again, that's not a big deal. I'm used to getting almost everybody using heal 4 at least once against me, so it's just something you gotta deal with. Man, that super gold split there. I'm not worried about HP right now. I'm just going into super aggressive mode. I think this guy can only heal 4 once. I could be wrong about that. But I'm not taking that chance. I need him dead as soon as possible. He still has heal 3 and he has heal 2. And I'm really not in any kind of danger of dying right now. Okay, good. Nikolai's dead, which means the battle's over. Balyak can do a decent amount of damage, but he won't kill me. So I'm afraid the stream might go back down again, but it'll still go back up right away. So yeah, at this point I really am expecting this to just be the first time I get an actual single segment recorded at a good time. And I probably won't get another one like this for several months. Oh, and I forgot to use super. I got all excited that I was doing good, and I completely just lost my head here and didn't even use super. Now he's gonna probably wake up on me. I'm gonna feel pretty darn stupid. I think this guy has around 900 HP. It's 7 to 900. Next time I have a twin battle, like, it's basically the same as this one. The healer has about 500 HP, and then the bruiser has about 7 to 900. And I've never bothered to look into exactly how much HP they have because I really don't care. I've got a good general idea, so that's all I need. Really, for the most part, the only reason why he absolutely needs to be dizzy, I can beat him without it, but it's a little bit faster if I can get him killed with super, which was what I wasn't doing. But again, really not a big time loss if you don't get super off. Sometimes I just don't get super off at all. He's pretty much had enough. He doesn't want to be dizzy anymore. So I'm just being pretty reckless here and only using the health rock because I don't care about my HP. Healing's slow. And my stream did die a little bit after I said it might. I think we'll just use the multi-blades. He's almost dead. Yeah, so except for that beginning part where I got surprised, I didn't really even have to heal at all. Not outside the health rock. And my main character got 2 levels instead of 1 that time, so that was really good. It looks like I'm going to be a little bit in the minus on my splits, which is really good. So that extra battle did, in a sense, help. So bad things can happen with this little Mino deal that we got going on here. And instead of warping over there, I'm just going to walk. It's faster, and it doesn't waste a day getting over there. So let's see where their troops are at. Hopefully they've been hit. And hopefully Mikawa hasn't. Okay, they have not been hit. They've been pretty much left alone. So hopefully my 1 extra level is going to help me in this war that's coming up here. I'm going to max out my trust with Mikawa by giving them some of my overly expensive items that I've got. And Gao's back again. And then I'm going to hope that they've got enough supplies and men that I can just crush Mino. They pretty much literally need to have more soldiers than the guys that I'm trying to attack before I can actually attack them. And if it gets to the end of the month and Mino has more soldiers than Mikawa does because they decide to, if they decide to damage Mikawa, then they can decide to cancel war at that point, which is another reason why I have to be making all these safety saves. So we got 1 more chance to damage. Okay. We're going to come back here in just a minute, but I'll snoop and see where they're at right now. And this is actually a pretty important snoop. Okay. I could play it really safe here, but I don't feel like it. and being safe would be damaging them for a whole nother month. So, okay, they have more men, so they should be able to help me. Okay, did it right for once. I've had the habit of accidentally giving him the wrong stuff and then not having max loyalty out of him with 2 items. So that's pretty bad because then I have to go and buy another item. So pretty much with the amount of soldiers that they had when I checked last, I have to damage them until the 28th of the month, and then I will fly back over to Mikawa. I will go to the M, which will put us right up to the 30th, and then at that point we'll get ready for war. So I fully expect them to be Mikawa to be at about 200 men, so I need these guys at less than 200 men. If I would have dealt more damage beforehand, before the 15th, then I would have gone a little bit earlier. But I really can't take that chance now. Even doing it the way I'm doing right now is a really big chance. So please forgive me if my commentary is kind of all over the place. Like I said, after 5 hours of doing this run, I get pretty burnt out. See, is that enough to snoop? Nope. So you do use your energy while you're in war, so that's why I go out of my way to make a lodge before I actually fight them, because my main character is using up his energy to damage. Wow, I am popular today. I'm also doing a really good job at damaging them. Like I said, I would leave earlier, but I'm already single segment. I can't really take that chance. Just not at all. Not when it's literally this, buy equipment and items, and then we're at the boss rush, the final boss rush. I may not even know where my opponent's at right now. Okay, 195, that should be doable. still can't really make any mistakes here. Okay, so we still have the possibility, even though they didn't cancel war, that my general could run up and get destroyed. And it doesn't look like they have anyone hired, so I don't have to worry about that. Sometimes they will decide to hire who would be your potential allies that you could get. So this is a little bit sloppy here. Should clear itself up pretty quickly though. You know what, I may very well get knocked out here. What are you doing? Okay, I just need to keep them off my leader right now. Not my character, they just need to be off my leader. So that's why I'm putting the ghost unit like right up in front of him. And then I'm using my blaze magic to kind of hit them from long range. Yeah, blaze magic is just really good here. It just hits everybody. So I'm gonna have to use fright, and we'll hit him. Okay, good. Good. My general backed up in battle here. That gives me a really good chance of winning now. And I was really worried because my guys are... I didn't have as many troops as what I wanted. We'll just put it at that. So there should be no reason why I could possibly lose this at this point. Unless my general still feels like being stupid for whatever reason. I shouldn't die. Okay, that should be it. Alright, good split and everything. Wow. A little bit of luck there. And I'd actually say more than a little bit. There's not a whole lot I can do to control that. Okay, final piece of armor, final item shopping, and then we'll just go kill Oda. So I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous right now. Let's see. Oops. No, I don't want a scimitar. I want a headdress, and we will give that to Hyakiriko. And I don't need to buy any more armor now. So we're going to get rid of these multi-blades, except for the one that's equipped, because we don't really need them anymore. We don't really need the elixirs either. Let's get rid of the medicine, because we need room for restorers. We also need room for health kits. Just like all this stuff he's got is just extra. He's got the revive spell, so there's never really any reason at this point to have an elixir. I'll go ahead and leave him with that energy up, because we're not going to have enough gold to bump it off of our item list. Go ahead and buy 2 extra health kits here, and then we should have enough to get all the restorers that I could possibly want. Wow, my splits, they just look so retardedly good right now. So 3 restores apiece. Pretty good. I'd like to have more, but it's not necessary. I don't think I have anything else that I could really sell right now. I have this elixir that's just in the way. Can't get rid of the health rock. Always need the health rock. Okay, so, well, Tenkai's got a 4th one, and we pick up 1 more on our way to fight Noda. As well as our other Kirin bone. We could also pick up an extra super blade here if we wanted to, but there's just no reason, because picking that up would only be to go out and get more health kits and restorers, and there's no reason to do that at this point. If you don't already have enough of what you need to get through here, going back is not going to help. You'd have to screw up pretty bad to have to go back out. So, enemy is off balance. You don't have magic to use super right away. So, we'll go ahead and use that 1 energy up that I didn't want to get rid of. And we're going to use Dizzy on Kasumimari or whatever it is. I don't even care at this point. This is the one battle where they do not have a way to dispel super. So that's why I'm going out of my way to do it. Okay, no big deal. I'm not going to try again. Unless for some reason my main character gets knocked out, there's not going to be a super this battle. And I'm definitely not going to reset just so I can go to an end. That'd just be stupid. So this is going to be the last time I use multi-blade. Last time it does any kind of significant amount of damage at all. And I've got really good energy as far as my healer goes, so very little restorers are going to need to be used at this point. So the way this works out is these Odin ninjas have about 250 HP, and then the other guys got around 300. And those actually should be the exact numbers. I actually remember that one. I'll look that one up. So in any other part of the dungeon, you'd just be able to blow these ninjas away. But since it's a boss battle, you can't exactly do that. Okay, wanted that top ninja dead sooner, but that wasn't exactly the right move to make. Using Dizzy would have been right. So, I mean, this is it. I mean, I can get up to Oda in a half hour, and I can beat him in like 10 minutes. So, I mean, this is definitely looking like a PB. And then again, as I said, a world record as far as I know. Even if I got knocked out and died once, it would still likely be a world record. I would like to get through this battle and the next battle without having to use any extra healing items for my energy. That would be really nice. And that would be much more easily achieved if I can get a level up from my main character here. Otherwise, I just will go out of my way to use one here. So this is the one time I've forgotten to use it in, so this ended up being the first battle is kind of bad. And again, like I said, he's got about 300 HP, so there's no reason to try and put him in Dizzy again. Not when he can die in 2 or 3 turns. Yeah, it's not going to matter. Wind should probably do a little bit more. Nope. Never mind. Okay, main characters level up. That was really good. That's one thing that I needed. And tank guys level 1 up too, so that was the other. I expect there to be little to no problems with the next battle. The worst thing that can go on is Kitamaru trying to use guard a lot. Okay, Mugenbo uses guard. I think both of them do. So, that kind of sucked. So it's much more important to get Mugenbo dizzy this time. He is the healer. This is the only time that it's important to get the healer first, and that's because he has the ability to use the Waken spell, and that will wake up Hidemaru if he's dizzy. Okay, and he did that there. Mugenbo is also the healer. I didn't exactly come out and say that before, but he is the healer. I may just be exhausted, but anyway. So burn is about the best technique you can use. So what's going to be nice after this, let me see, okay. After this battle, I'm going to get a full heal from Oda's bodyguard before we even get in battle. And depending on what happens here, I may need to do something about the amount of energy that we've got on Hyakariko. Usually not an issue, but it could be this time. Would be a little bit odd, but it is very possible that we end up knocking out Hidemaru before Mugenbo. So I'm using multi-blade just to get a little bit of extra damage in, but it's kind of almost not even worth it. And the reason why I am not using Remedy, because I want to be able to get out of this battle with what I've got, and I don't want to have to use a Restorer if it's not completely necessary. So I'm in a pretty dangerous spot to be trying that, but we're just going to try and get away with it. Again, like I said, we only have about 500 HP on Mugenbo. So he could be taken out pretty quickly here, depending on what happens. I'm still going to save my dizzies. Main character getting knocked out is not a big issue right now. I think my main character can kill Mugenbo before Kitamaru can kill my main character. So I'm playing a pretty dangerous game of rock, paper, scissors. But worst case scenario is I use a couple restorers and maybe have to revive my main character. And then I have to sit there and watch my enemy use heal 4. Very worst things that could happen. Best thing that could happen right now is my main character getting a crit, because that would almost definitely kill Mugenbo. Okay, feeling pretty safe to use this remedy here now. And he's feeling pretty safe to use heal 3. And for what I'm remembering of this battle, this might be the one where they only have as much as heal 3, but it's still annoying enough. Pretty much at this point I'm planning on using a restorer, I just don't know if I need to use 1 or 2. And 3 instances of guard is really bad. sees the heal tree. Okay, then I definitely need Restorer on here, Kiriko, to try and gain back some of the time that just got lost. Because he's going to start stacking some more dizzies on this guy, and I'm going to try and get some supers out. And we are going to go ahead and use that second Restorer as well. Just as soon as the opportunity comes up. And we'll do that right now, actually. Kind of unfortunate, and I think that the biggest reason for this is what I had done earlier of not going to the end. And I'm not 100% sure that Kitamaru actually has psychic energy. I've always assumed he does, but I don't know if I've ever actually seen him use it. And if he does, it's really low on his priority list. Kind of looking at all that time I lost, which is bringing this run up to looking like about a 610. Nice crit. That's my best estimate for it, but I'm hoping to beat that. Okay, Kitamaru is almost dead. Still going to use super. Okay, good, it didn't fail me. Yeah, he's got 3 instances of guard on him. I'm not going to skip out on the super. I had thought about it, but then I realized, oh, I'm probably not going to be able to do any damage on him if I don't. probably not too far away. I'm thinking like 1 crit or maybe 3 more hits without him defending. Okay, just 1 more hit. So I usually don't get up to too many battles in this place, but I am allowed to use as much magic as I want right now until I get out to Oda's bodyguard. So if I need to vanish from battle, I'll go ahead and do it. Very important who has what items. So yeah, I made sure Tenkai had absolutely nothing, but he's still going to be okay. Like, he's got a real whole lot of, a large amount of HP. Kiriko's not sitting too bad either. That's a little bit more than I was expecting him to have. So yeah, little things like extra menus and checking for experience or checking health on my characters. They do drain time a little bit, but I mean, I've seen so much time just be drained by like spending an hour trying to get allies and then just failing just because I didn't know how to do it correctly. So yeah, really any little thing could go bad in this game. So as far as the minor time losses go, I'm not too worried about them. Okay, he hit me with burn first, so I'm alright with that. Wow, not too much damage at all. Okay, so we're gonna have to take out his guard first. I must have had... Oh, I think it might be partially because I'm leveled up more than I normally am, but just because of that one battle. But I'm used to that guy doing like 100 points of damage. And then the top bodyguard usually does about 160, which it looks like he's still going to do about that much. Nice. Good hit, you. So I should be pretty safe for the rest of this battle. See if I can get lucky here. I think freeze can work on him, which will make him completely useless. I'm not going to try it too many times, though. I'm just going to try it one more time, and then if it doesn't work, I'm going to stop, because I need to keep my MP pretty high. At believe this guy is one that likes to break free of Dizzy a lot, so I'm not going to get too upset at him for doing it. Okay, last time I tried freeze right there. So I believe this guy was the one who definitely has 900 HP. So it's just going to be a long battle of him not being able to do much. But when he does get a turn, scary things can happen. But I don't expect to get knocked out completely now. Really definitely need to know where he's at on his HP. If his HP's red, that means I can about kill him. And it allows me to be a little bit more aggressive. Okay, 36 isn't really bad damage there. Let's see if I can put you to sleep. Nope. I've just, at this point, I've got extra health kits and extra restorers, so I can be a little bit more free about what kind of attacks I do in battle and whether I heal or not. But it's actually really, really odd that at this point, I have not had to use heal 4 once. And then I'd say there's probably only about a 10% chance that I won't have to use heal 4 by the end of the run. And I think it's about 72 energy to use heal 4, so that's pretty draining. So having a medicant like this, especially if he levels up again, I might be able to use heal 4 up to 3 times in a row. Which should be more than enough to keep myself way ahead of my enemy. Okay, top bodyguard went. It'd be really nice if I could get everybody's level up here. That way I don't have to use restorers. There's 2. And let me double check what Kiriko's magic's at. I think I'm going to just go ahead and use Restorer anyway when I get into the final boss room. Yeah, he's sitting at about half. And I just don't want the same thing that happened before to happen again, where I just didn't have enough magic to finish the fight because I didn't heal up beforehand. Okay, and I haven't gotten any random battles, so I don't expect to get any. I don't think I've ever got them on this last floor. Okay, everybody's maxed out. Let's do this. I'd really like to get this in less than 15 minutes. I'd really like to get this in less than 6 minutes. Which would be almost the perfect battle. It would be Abaddon just bashing on Oda. And I'd really like to not die. Okay, so good start here. We're gonna start off with heal 4. Nice crit on Oda. Not exactly optimal. I probably should have just sucked it up and used heal 4 again there. Yeah. We'll go ahead and use a health kit just because it's 100%. Please, please, please help me out here, Abaddon. I want Oda dead quick here. Him in defense mode in case Abaddon decides to run up on him, because they're not in the optimal positions just yet. Okay, this is somewhat optimal. Really need Oda to not get a heal off. That's really actually the most devastating thing that can happen right now. Okay, don't care as much that Abaddon's not dizzy. I do not like where Oda decided to sit himself though. That's the only place where Abaddon cannot hit him. And instead he knocks me out. Go defense mode. I've got some time because they're back so far that I can revive. Okay, Oda's attacking Abaddon, which really does nothing for me. So Oda is really screwing the crap out of this fight here. Like, he is making this really rough on me. Okay, he didn't heal. This is going to be close here. I'm not worried about losing, I'm just worried about losing time right now. Abaddon can be not dizzy. I don't care about that. Okay, Oda's dead, so I'm not losing, like, really any time. Let's see. We'll go ahead and we'll throw a restorer on Tenkai. That's kind of the most important thing right now. Abaddon can no longer win, so this will be a personal record for me. And a world record as far as I know. Fortunately, was not able to make sub 6 this time, but it definitely is possible. But I've just got so much healing items. I've got so much magic. There's literally nothing that can go wrong in this fight. Worst that can go wrong is my main character can get knocked out, but even that's not that big of a deal. I just lose the super that I had on. So I got kicked off stream several times during this run. I tried to warn people that it might be a thing as I was going through, but my recording is safe on OBS, so this will be something that people can watch when I get it uploaded to YouTube. I gotta compress it, and then this should be up sometime tomorrow. And then as soon as it does go up, I'm going to resubmit this to RPG Limit Break. Definitely did not intend to PB this today. I just wanted to play the game and see what happened if everything went wrong, but everything just happened to go right. And we got a single segment for the first time. First time since recording getting a decent single segment. So that's pretty hype. Is this it? Boom. 6:04:30. So the actual time is going to be a little bit earlier than that, but I mean, I'm still working on this and making improvements, so yep. That today just proved that definite sub 6 is possible. I still think sub 5 is possible. I still think 4.5 hours is possible. I don't know where I'm going to get it from, but I have that feeling that this run has that amount of room, just where I'm sitting at right now with the current route. So yeah, I'm just going to keep working on this. I'll get like 2 to 3 times a week working on this. I mean, as long if this gets accepted, I've got no reason to not try and work on this as much as possible, and then I'll just hit it really hard when we get down to the last 2 or 3 weeks. I'm going to just practice this every single day before I get a chance to run it, and make sure just everything goes really well. So this is it. I'm pretty happy with this right now. It might be getting pretty close to the time where I might be able to lower my estimate to 7 hours or 7.5 hours. But I'm really happy with this. I'm happy that people could stand watch the run, if even for a minute or two, with how many times that the recording went down, or the stream went down. So yeah, and I want to say ahead of time, you know, if this actually does get into RPG Limit Break, I'm gonna be very happy, and yeah, I'll just do the best I can to help make my runs good and make other people's runs good, because I want to have a good experience, get decent times, get in under estimate, and then just have a good time doing it. So that'll be it for this, and I think I'll run this one more time this week, and then I need to be taking breaks just because how long the run is. It'd be pretty infuriating, and I wouldn't be able to get good practice in if I tried to run every single day, like all the time. So I guess I'm signing out here.